Need to turn on the Be Back Soon screen here for a second while I punch in some classified information. Whoops. Well, poop. Hang on. Hang on. I need to open up something here real quick. I lost myself some information. There we go. Alrighty. Now we can come back. So I figured out how to get a dedicated server going. So this is actually a dedicated session. We've got being hosted on my laptop. Thankfully, we can actually host this. So Steam's got a tool, a dedicated server tool. And so they set it up with this game so that you can host dedicated servers, which I think is pretty good. So I set myself up a little dedicated session. And right now it's only on the LAN. I have all the port forwarding stuff set up, but I figured until we actually have somebody who's going to come join the team and actively work on some of the programming and stuff, there wasn't really any reason in having that forwarded. So if anybody does decide to join in, then I'll send them privately the IP and stuff for the server. But yeah. So a little what we're going to do here is you can have lots of different factions in the game. So it's not just you dealing with this. Hang on. I've got to stop listening to myself because there's something wrong. There's some sort of a weird delay. And it's fucking with me. All right. There we go. So I just turned the monitoring off on that, and I really only turned it on so I could hear myself talk, so that I could better dial things in. But I think we've got things kind of dialed in now, so I'll just go this way now, I think. Maybe I'll turn it back on in the future. I don't know. It's actually kind of a little weird not to be able to hear myself now, all of a sudden. Also, it doesn't seem like the game is... Oh. Let's see. Let's go... Because I've got the sound, the music turned off. But let's turn that on real quick just so I can make sure. Okay. That is running properly. Yeah, so what we're doing today is all about trying to build a league for automating this game and competing with each other to fight our like automated bot armies against each other. So one of the things that you can do, and something that I think is going to be really useful for us here, is you can do lots of different um, factions. So a faction is just a team in this game. So we've got the starter faction here, which I'm going to go ahead and like manually progress through the game so that I can kind of see, what units are available, what are we building towards, what's the fastest path to get to certain things. But if you don't understand where you're going, it makes it really hard to automate the process of getting there. So we're going to be working on some of that, getting this all built up. And then because we can just make new factions, I can come in here anytime. And I can, I've got this on public right now. I'll have to make it private before I port forward it. Whoops. Anyway. So you can come in here and you can make new factions anytime you want to. And so I can set up a new faction and then I can go start that faction, right? That faction will just be all at the beginning again. And so I can come over here and I can start a new faction and I can go ahead and test whatever whatever logic I want, whatever behaviors or anything like that that I might want to do. And then I can just go back to my original faction. And then I honestly could probably even delete factions. Can I just delete? Well, I don't know if I can delete factions or not, but we could test out, some basic scripts and stuff like that to get things started, get things going. We can test scripts against each other, right? We could have multiple factions sort of competing with each other. We could run, all kinds of tests in this environment. So having this dedicated server is really, really nice. And because once you're in a faction, you can share. So this will be like the primary faction here. And we probably need to like change its color or something. We're actually going to make it yellow, I think. So let's go down to the faction stuff here. There's all kinds of information that I did not know was in the game. So you've got some information about all the power that's being consumed by your different stuff. You've got information about your main base. I don't even know what the fuck these are. Just some filters, I guess. What does that do, I wonder? I don't know. Oh, it must be selecting things. Okay. It's selecting things down here that have their visual register set up to whatever I just set it up to. That's really interesting. So you could set it up to like this resource right here, and then you could really quickly at a glance see, okay, how many of my bots or whatever are farming that resource or whatever. So that's kind of interesting. You've got every item that your entire faction owns is in here. And I think you actually have access to some of this information. You have all the orders that are happening. So anything that's going to or from any of the buildings or anything like that, then apparently you can lock it to just your selection and you could select different buildings and open that up and look at it, which is kind of cool. And then the most important thing is you actually have, you can manage faction registers here, and you can create sort of global registers that can be affected by everybody. So these are sort of like global variables that you can save and manipulate for the whole faction, which is crazy cool. So we're going to be all the way yellow here. And the faction name, we're going to put primary. So it'll just be the primary faction. Yeah, and right now, so the bugs are currently enemies towards us. And then the other faction, which is the faction I just made here, is neutral towards us. And yeah, super cool. This game, especially hosting sessions, you have so much opportunity to really do a lot, to affect a lot. The game's really well designed for that. This game is so cool for just the activities of creating your own little AI behavior bots and stuff and doing some things. The game is also moddable. So I actually think there might be some interesting implications to actually using an AI, um, like an AI agent, to control what's going on inside of your game. But before we get into anything like that, I first want to, learn more about the game and get this whole behavior tree automation thing going. So, but first we need to advance ourselves. So we're going to advance through the game manually. We are going to build some scripts to automate some things like you would if you were playing manually, right? Because there's lots of gathering and moving stuff around and doing different things like that that we're probably going to want to do some automation for. But, whoops. I forget that it's right-clicked it. I don't know that I ever really need to move the vision around. Like, I'm pretty comfortable with this sort of half-cocked isometric look. And so I don't know if I ever really need to move that around, but I try to hit my middle click and use that to move my screen, and I keep spinning myself around like an idiot. I might need to just take off that spin around thing. I don't know. So far, I haven't needed it, but I guess it's possible I might need it in the future. So one of the things that I'm really interested in trying to learn is actually trying to learn how to identify the best places to the best places to make stuff. So we don't really have it's pretty difficult to decide where to build things with your library. If you see in here, so I found out yesterday, somebody on the Discord told me that the AIs also use the same behavior tree. And you can actually get access to their behavior trees, and they gave me the copy paste for it. So I now have access to a bunch of behavior trees that are used by the AI that will help us figure out, how do we get certain actions going? And you can see how complicated these behavior trees can get. This visual scripting language is fairly powerful. They did a really good job of giving you lots of, different math and stuff like that that you can do on things. And, they hit all the right flow stuff with all the comparators and loops and, some really basic logic things that you really need. And once you have those logic things, right, when you can loop, when you can do math, when you can compare things together, the amount of stuff you can get with just those three logic options is huge. I mean, just absolutely massive. And then when you add the fact that you have faction-based registers, so, global variables that go for your entire faction, now that I know that we have access to that as well, it should be really, really interesting to see what it is you can build with these behavior trees. The command center behavior tree, I think, is going to be the most complex one. We're going to be building all of our logic into here. So what I'd really like to do, the restrictions that I'd like to put on the competition, is that the command center is the only thing that you can actively change during the game. And everything else has to get its logic tree or its behavior tree from the command center. So for example, if I wanted to change this runner's behavior tree, instead of going to this runner and selecting its integrated behavior, I would instead have to go to the command center and either change the programming of its behavior or change its behavior so that it would call that runner back and then apply the new logic to it and then send the runner back out to do whatever. And so I want this to be sort of your entry point into controlling everything else. Preferably, I'd like to interact with this command center as little as possible personally, but I want to leave it open so that if other people want to have a more active approach, maybe during specific times of their production, especially as they ramp up in the beginning, because it's very difficult to code a lot of this early game stuff, because a lot of it only needs to run once and then needs to move on. And if anything falters inside of that, then stuff can get really wonky. But anytime that you have any of that stuff, right, if you have to manually get involved, if you have to like figure out, some location, right, the XY of a location in order to put it into a behavior tree, then that's just more information, right? You gotta figure out the location, you gotta open up the tree, you gotta input the data, you gotta trigger the tree on the command center, you gotta do all these other things. So it would definitely slow people down, but it might make it easier to ultimately make the program that way. So I don't know, we'd have to see. And then of course, you'd have contingency programs and stuff like that you might want to put in, or phases of gameplay you might want to do where, maybe you're in a scouting phase, and that scouting phase has different, focuses. So different decisions are getting made. And then maybe you want to switch over to, a combat phase or, whatever, an expansion phase. There's all kinds of different things like that. But the behavior stuff is super duper powerful. And it's absolutely going to be able to do. We actually need to make our two folders here. Let's go ahead. So we're going to put a production folder in here. These are files that we definitely want to keep in our production version. We're going to create a new folder. We're going to put needs review. I was talking to my older brother last night about how I kind of want to set this up. And so I think I want like at least a two-party for the team. I want a two-party like check system. So nobody just puts anything into production, right? You write a new file and you take it to another faction, you test it out, you see what's up, you make sure it works right, and then you bring it back, you put it in the needs review folder, and then somebody else will go review it, run some tests of their own, whatever, make sure it all works good, make sure it's working as intended, solving the required problem, and then, they'll move it into production. And that way we at least have a two-person verification. But I think that'll work super well. It's also something that I have on the Discord. So I have a Discord for the team. And I put, we're going to keep copies of all of the files, all the behaviors, because you can't, actually, I wonder, can I just copy a whole folder? No, doesn't look like I can. I wonder how I got so much. These must only be some of these then. This one must call all those other ones. Did I automate everything? Mr. Backett, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. I haven't automated shit. I just found this game like 36 hours ago. So I'm working. I can currently get it to go set itself up a nice little base. The next thing I want to do is I want to kind of come up with some layouts, and then I want to work towards getting the bots to create those layouts. I don't. It would be cool if I could program it in a way where the bot would sort of create its own layout, but I think it's going to be easier if I decide, like, okay, we're going to have 4 storages here, and we're going to have something else here, and then figure out exactly like how many of each building we need per resource we're trying to generate and stuff like that. Kind of do that math beforehand, and then set them up to make like these specific sets of buildings and units to accomplish certain tasks. And then in the future, we can use decision trees to decide what task to complete instead of trying to decide on the real minutia of it. So, if we want to make a certain type of resource like some metal plates or anything like that, then we'll kind of know, like, okay, if we're going to make metal plates, we need at least one person mining metal. We need, 2 storage bins for metal. And then we need, 3 buildings that are making metal bars and then 1 building making metal plates or whatever. I didn't automate yet. I just fully manual everything, but I guess sometime soon I'll have to learn. So the automating thing is super cool, in my opinion, Backit. I really, really love this behavior tree. I've done a little bit of work in the past. Whoops. I've done a little bit of work in the past with Unreal Engine and its visual scripting language, and this is very much the same thing as that. So it's been really fun to pull this stuff out here and just kind of look into it and get it going. I haven't really used a lot of good math and stuff. Right now, my build a command center logic just uses a random movement. So it offsets by 10. And so it'll go like 10 up, 10 over, or 10 down, 10 over, or whatever. And just pick a place at random. So sometimes it goes like right back to where it was a second ago. So it could be better, but without the math being applied to it, it works pretty good. It finds me a nice little snug spot with at least X number of a couple of resources and then gets after it. But let's go ahead. Let's deploy this bad boy right here. So I think I want to do, I'm going to put 3 by 3 here, I think. Let's go ahead and plunk that bad boy down. And we want to take this person actually off the network because I don't want them doing stuff. These 2 runners are on the network. Now, there's definitely some logic. People have said that these runners and stuff are pretty derpy. I saw some people's automating the command start position starter. Yeah, we can actually, I can go show you the logic that I put in for that. So if we switch over, we've got another faction over here. So this is a really cool thing. I'm hosting a session right now. I've got a dedicated session on my LAN, my local area network. And so this is actually running on my laptop right now. The session is, and then I'm just plugged into it. But because of that, we can have lots of different factions. And so I can actually switch over to another faction here. And if I wanted to test some startup logic, I totally could. I don't know how to delete factions, but I can at least come over and start a new one. So we can come in here and we can go into our library. And then I have all of my programs saved. So we've got our base program here. And we'll just come into this library. And then, so when you make these behaviors and you go to paste them in, you can create a new behavior and then go into it. And then hit Control V and it'll paste the whole thing. But sometimes that breaks stuff. Like, for example, this label always gets disconnected when I do that. What I would recommend instead... Whoops. What I would recommend instead is to go ahead and paste the item. If you just hit paste item, it'll paste what's on your current clipboard. And so you can click that and it keeps its name. If there are any other, if you've called any other actions, you can see this stayed connected here. If you've called any other behaviors, it'll also load those other called behaviors. There's a lot of stuff that gets brought in that way. You'll see here I've got a behavior that calls another behavior here. And we can go right back in here. And so this is all saved now. But now I can paste, I put a new item on my clipboard. And it says, are you sure you want to add the behavior scout base start to library? Additionally, one related item will also be added, behavior start follow. So I can go ahead and add that. Now I've got both my base scout and my start follow script. So the way I set this up is I made the, what the heck? How is there a needs review in here? Weird. Anyway, I made the scout base start for the scout. And then I made the follow logic for these little duders right here. So we put start follow, and then we'll go ahead and play that. And then we'll hit start follow. We'll go ahead and play that. This is just so they follow the command center. The scout is going to go pick up all the resources out of this depot and then set itself up to follow the command center as well. And then the command center just needs this base build logic here. So let's go ahead and trigger the scout real quick. So our little scout will go over to our drop pod. It'll pick up all our stuff. Drop pod goes away. And then the scout goes ahead and sets up its logic. Now you'll see if I go in here to edit, it now just has the start follow logic on the scout. It got rid of its old logic and loaded that new one. And then if I just come over here and I trigger the command center, then it's going to check and see if it has lots of crystal and lots of metal. If it doesn't have enough crystal and metal, it moves 10 by 10 in a random direction. And then it checks again. And now it's going to move again and check again. And it's just going to keep moving at random and rechecking. And my other duders are just going to follow it around until it decides to set up shop. And this is as far as I've gotten, right? This is the best automation I have. So it found enough metal. It has to find at least 10,000 metal and at least 10,000 crystal within its view range in order to set up shop. So there must be a lot more metal ore here than I can see. I must be missing something, because that's not 10,000. Maybe there's a big one in the tree or something that I can't see. I don't know. But yeah, so I've got it set up so that it looks for an area with plenty of crystal and plenty of metal. And then it plunks it down there. And I think this is actually going to be the first thing that we're going to go ahead and have competitions on. Is we're going to set it up so that we find the best possible start location within, like, say, 5 minutes. And so a lot of that will be not just scouting with your commander and having everything else follow, but you're going to want to scout with all of your units. And you're going to want to take them all over the map. You're going to want to find, you're going to want to explore as much as you possibly can with all of your units. And then you're going to want to, find a lot of different locations and save them to some of these faction registers. And then, when you finally find the best one, once you've compared all those registers together and you find the best one and maybe you've only got 1 minute left, then you go ahead and call the command center, and the command center moves over to that best location and then sets up shop. And then, you've got to you got to find the location with the best crystal. You've got to get in the right location, right? So it's not enough just to find the location. You also have to get close enough that you can actually make use of those resources right away. So positioning is going to be a part of that contest. So there's a lot of things, even just in that, right? Even just in finding a good spot to set up your base. There are a lot of sort of classic robotics problems that come on there and that you have to overcome. And I mean, a lot of those problems have been solved. So there's lots of documentation, maybe not for the game. The documentation for the game itself is actually a little lackluster. But the documentation for the robotics problems and the automation problems that building these automation systems will require is actually very well documented because we've been working on those things for, longer than I've been alive. So that's pretty cool. And it'll be fun to research some of that stuff and, see what solutions different people use based on different circumstances. And I think it's going to be super cool to fight people like that. But we're going to go back over to the main faction over here, Primary. Booyah. And we're just going to start working towards getting this all set up. We got some extra stuff going on here. What's some other things we need to get done? We need to make... whoops. We need to make one of these assemblers. In order to make an assembler, we need... for this thing to be making metal plates instead. There is a lot to setting up this first little area here. So there are some things that you need, some accesses, some resources you need access to in order to get your base going, in order to get your research going, in order to do a lot of that stuff. You need to be able to set up certain structures, but it also has to be done in a fairly specific order. And if you step outside of that order too much, then you can really kind of bog yourself down and just not have the resources. For some reason, because I pulled myself off the network, that's why I'm not. It's like for some reason my units aren't getting stuff to this guy, but that's on me. That is on me. Yeah, so then we make that. The next thing we're going to make is we want to make ourselves one of these little uplinks. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to go over to the scout. We're just going to drop everything out of the scout onto here, because I want to keep my scout clean as much as I can. We might go ahead and take that onto that, just in case we need to go fight somebody. In fact, let's do that, and then let's move that right there. There's really no reason for this scout to have a construction structure. This mission, repair the mothership, I haven't ever completed yet. Like I said, I just got started, so we don't know exactly all the steps that are required even to get to that. We'll go ahead and put this right here. And now once we have our uplink, we can actually go ahead and start researching some things. You can have a whole queue of researches. I won't be able, you have to have the requirements for the research before you queue it up. So like I can't go down here and queue this one because I don't have the missing tech, but I can at least queue all three of these across the top here. The big deal is just that they require resources in order to research. And so you just need to make sure that you have those resources. Now I can't currently make the type of plates that these want. Hang on. Oh no, there we go. It unlocks reinforced plates. It doesn't require reinforced plates. And then this one's going to require circuit boards, so we actually need to go in. We need to make ourselves a thing that'll make circuit boards. So we want to get ourselves a little 2x1 unit here. And we're going to do this as a 3x3. So there will be things in this spot right here. So we want to leave an empty. And then we want to put another spot right here. And then we're going to make 3 of these, I think. So let's copy that. And then let's boom, boom. Perfect. Probably that's more than I need for such few smaller structures. Those smaller structures aren't going to make enough. And then I think I'm also going to need an engineer with a miner here. So let's go ahead and make ourselves another worker. These blueprints are for the AI. So let's grab us a worker. And then let's, once that worker's done, oh, I'm going to need some more circuit boards. Okay. Might have fucked up making these before I had, because I need silica to make the circuit boards. So we might need to go ahead and drop, let's see. Let's make you mine silica, but let's drop off all your stuff here. There we go. Now we can go mine some silica. That is right up here next to some bugs. Maybe I shouldn't go up there. We might be about to just die. Hopefully I don't get bugged. Oh, I'm getting bugged. Okay. Oh, there's so many bugs up there. This is bad. Run away, engineer. Oh, yeah. Scout's OP, dude. Oh my god, I almost died. Well, on the bright side, they're a silica-based life form, so I got my silica. So that's nice, I guess. I probably should have been a little more careful. We're gonna need to go murder those bugs up there. That's some, like, a lot of bug hives. I'm actually in a pretty bad spot right here. Look at all these bug holes and shit. Oh my god. Like, I knew that was up there when I plunked this down, but I didn't really consider the implications. I'm in a pretty bad spot now. This is definitely going to go poorly. Oh, well. What are you going to do, you know? What are you going to do? What do I need? I need... Alright, so this thing's going to make me some metal, or it's going to get me... Man, it takes a long time to make these little metal plates. Time to blast some enemies, for sure. We're going to have to improve our production just a little bit so that we can get to where we can make some more of those engineers. Because my one little poor scout ain't gonna cut it. Ain't gonna cut it. But we'll get ourselves some more circuit boards, and then we'll make some more stuff. This game is fairly slow. You know, you don't really have to be super quick. I think it's one of the things I like about this game. Is you don't have to worry too much about, you know, when you play a normal RTS, instead of a game that's more of a Factorio factory builder kind of a thing. You know, your APM is super important. You're always just fucking clicking all over the place and getting crazy, and I'm too old for that shit. So I like the sort of slower, more methodical, almost survival style when it comes to these factory games. You know, those bugs are just going to chill up there. That's fine. I don't have to worry about that shit. and I'll fuck them up here in a little while. And it'll be fun. I'm really excited, especially to automate combat teams. I think it's going to be really fun to set up the automation for, a leader that like chooses targets and then, like repair bots healing things and, setting up that whole interactivity, getting them to kite, to move away, to recognize when they're maybe going to lose battles. All kinds of stuff like that is going to be really fun to set up. I'm very excited about that. I'm really excited about all of the automation with this game. And because it's so much more robust, I didn't realize. So you can only have 16 people connected to a server at a time. But because ultimately the world domination versions of this are going to take a really long time, right? Because this map is fudging huge. I don't know if the map just seems infinite or if it is actually just fudging massive. But because of that, you could probably get more than 16 teams in a world, right? You would just have to adjust. You'd have to set up like times for people to be able to log in and like adjust their AI. And you'd have to, come in and like get everybody's stuff loaded and then everybody just hit the play button at the same time or, hit the pause. Oh, that's what you would do. Yeah, you would hit the pause and then so everybody would load up their stuff and then hit play, but you would never unpause the server, so nothing would actually happen until finally you went ahead and unpaused the server and then everybody's bots would all start at the same time. So that's definitely how you start it in the beginning to make sure that everybody is on the exact same page. You get everybody to load up. And so I don't even know what the maximum number of factions in a server is. I just know that you can only have 16 people connected, and that might not even be true either. Because I'm hosting a dedicated server session here, I might be able to host more than 16 people, I don't know. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff with the way this is set up. So the game that kind of ultimately led me here was called Screep, which is kind of an MMO version of this, and it's actually really cool. I'm not necessarily a fan of its monetization, and it seems like it might have some NFT thing going on or something, so I ultimately decided not to play that game. But it's a much more basic version of this. As far as like visuals. And so I think this is going to be more fun to look at. And then because you're not hosting dedicated sessions, because you're not modding and stuff like that with the Screep game, I feel like there's a lot less opportunity for a lot less cool competitive stuff that maybe isn't just about, the combat stuff, but is also about, the efficiency and stuff like that that you can track if you have mods to make for a much more interesting competitive environment. So, yeah, we're going to be working on that. I guess I don't need to make any more of those. What I do need to make is another engineer. Right? Right. So we're going to make another engineer. And then when the engineer gets made, we're going to make it another miner. And then we're going to have to go find somewhere to get silica. There we go. That isn't next to the bug things. So we'll get them to go over here to get silica. Let's go ahead and make ourselves a miner. I really like the modularity of this game. I think it's super cool. We need more crystals, so our miner that we got out of the crystal earlier needs to go back to the crystal. There we go. And then we'll go get some silica, and then we'll get these dudes doing something. We got to make some more of these assemblers. And then we can get them doing some stuff. So let's make, we need 3 more assemblers. Let's do that. And then let's get our miner. We'll put it right here on our worker. And then we'll send our worker over here to get some silica so that we can make some chips. We're going to put one of these, whoops, right here. Going to put one of these right here. I love how it changes, right? Like you can actually see the structures that you're placing. This game is really, really freaking cool. Like really freaking cool. Honestly, I can't even believe it. It's so cool. And I think I maybe need... do I want more computer chips or do I want more refined plates? Let's make some more computer chips, some more circuit boards. But yeah, like I said, I am also building a team to do this automation thing. Because you can host a dedicated session, and this is kind of the thing that I want everybody to do, right? Is I want every team to host a dedicated session like this, so that they can work on their automation asynchronously. So I'm going to be hosting this session, and then the 15 other people that eventually hopefully join my team will have access to this dedicated session, and they'll come in and you share the same library and all that stuff, and you could have different libraries in all the different factions that you start and all that stuff, but you share the same library, you share all the same access. Everybody can control all of the different bots, right? So like this isn't my base, this is this faction's base. And if somebody else were to join this game and be in my faction, then they could control all of these units just like I can. And that's really, really cool because that gives us the opportunity to work sort of side by side on automating all of these processes. And so we're going to set up all this automation, we're going to get all this stuff done, and this is going to be like our test environment. It's going to be our work environment. And then other teams can have work environments just like this. And then, eventually we'll set up another server, and then we'll have our little competitive stuff that happens on more temporary servers that we host. So I'm very, very excited to do that. I think it's going to be the most fun. Maybe the most fun I've ever had gaming, if I'm being honest. Alright, so we're making a bunch of these resources that we need. Mostly the reason we need a lot of these resources is for these researches. So we're going to hit up the next tier of research as well. And so this is really, I want to see, like, how much do we need to get made? How many structures do we need to have built in order to progress through here? So I can get all the way up to this second tier of basics. And in order to do that, I really just need 2 of these 1x1s, or these 2x1s. And then I probably need 2 1x1s, right? One of them making the metal bars, and one of them making the metal plates. And as long as we have both of those, we should be good. And then 1 chip, 1, whatever these are. 1 reinforced plate can get us to that second tier. And then, so I have 1 engineer, right? Engineer mining metal. We've got this dude mining this. We actually need that worker's out of power because he's just been sitting over here. And now he'll move real slow because he has no power. So let's bring him back. If he's not on the grid here, he doesn't absorb power, and he also doesn't... Oh no. Oh, I just fucked it. I got too close. Where's my scout? Go get him, scout. Run away, worker! Was it just one that came over here? I wonder if maybe I could, like, squeeze in and get that bug hole without pissing everything off. I'm going to assume probably not. Man, being so close to all these bugs is really going to put a damper on my day. So these are all going to get here. And now that we've got this second basic robotics thing done, we actually have to get one of these robotics assemblers made. And that is going to have to be used to make these energized plates in order to make these next tier. We're also going to need to make these silicones, which require a plane fabricator. So let's take a look here. We have a plane fabricator somewhere. They're on all of these. Okay. So we actually need 2 more fabricators because I know that the robotics thing also requires a fabricator. So in order to set up exactly what I've got here, I need, let's see, we start with a fabricator. So I need 2 fabricators, because I just need 2 of these. I don't need this. And then I'll need 3 of these assemblers, because I like having an assembler up here. And then these make these. And then we're going to use our assembler here to make our robotics arm. And then we're actually going to put that robotics assembler on this third one. So I need 3 regular assemblers, 1 robotics assembler, and 4 fabricators, I think. Oh, and then this third one. So we will actually need 3 of these, because this third one will actually make something totally different. We're going to use it to make these silicones. So we will need 3. We need 3 of these regular ones. We need 3 of these big ones. What else are we missing here? We need more reinforced plates. Okay, we're making those. We'll get there eventually. We will also ultimately need, like you can see, my metal bar production is faster. It takes 4 seconds. So you can make 15 of these a minute. And it only takes 1 metal. And then if we look over here at these, it takes 2 of those and 6 seconds to make 1 of these. So you would need 3. Yeah. Maybe not. Let's see, if you had 3 of these every 4 seconds, you would make 3. So the next time they come together is 12 seconds. So you'd make 3 times 3 is 9. And then if you're using 2, so that's not right. So 2 of these would make 8. No, it would make 6. And then they would make 3 of these in that time. So with 2, you'd have a surplus, and with 1, you don't have enough. So you need at least 2 of these metal bar makers to make the metal plates. And then if you again look at the metal plates, it takes 2 metal bars, and okay, this is where your surplus goes. Every 8 seconds. Okay. Yeah, so it all just kind of steps up. So there's going to be a lot of math in figuring out how many buildings you need to be making, all the different tiers of resources. And then you're also probably going to want, I don't know exactly what the construction requirements are for a lot of this stuff in the future. Let's see, this one's not being made. We still need lots of these. So I don't know what some of the construction requirements are for some of this stuff in the future, but we may need like just metal bars. We may need just metal plates. We may need just computer chips or just these or whatever. So we're also going to want to set up little factories that stop at each different tier and just make a lot of those things to sit in surplus. So there's going to be a lot of deciding, how many buildings do we need? Where do we need them to be? How are we going to set all that up? And at what ratios, right? Because there's lots of interesting ratio questions that go into that. One of the really big questions. So one of the things that's going to be most difficult is going to be reacting to your opponent. Because you're not going to be manually controlling things. You have to write scripts that can react to a changing environment. Particularly, one of the things that you're going to have to be able to do is you're going to have to be able to scout. And, hey, what's up, Cristocho? So one of the things you have to be able to do is you have to be able to explore not just places you haven't seen, you also need to explore places you have seen. And then you need to be able to relay enemy information to combat units, depending on where you find things and stuff like that. So we have just a lot of problems to solve to try to get ourselves. Can I please go get the silica? Can I not send you all the way over there? Yes, I know you're damaged. Is the silica too far away? What the hell's the problem here, dude? Oh, you have no space in your inventory. Then why aren't things... Do I need to, like, put that on a signal or put it on the visual or... What's the deal? Can things figure out that I've... Oh, we need to join the network. Got it. These winds are making my internet buggy. Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry. That sucks a whole pile of shit. I don't think either of these need to exist. Okay, did I make the thing I was trying to make? Yeah, so this actually needs to go right here. And replace that, and then that can go right back there. And so now that we've got our little manufacturing arm, We can make dash bots, which is cool. We can also make energized plates, which we're going to need. Now, here's the question. Am I making those energized plates too early? I think I probably am, because it's going to require regular plates to make energized plates, and I'm actually not going to make enough reinforced, so I actually need to get this off of here. Because we don't want to make those plates until we get all of this done. So once we get our other research done, then we can go ahead. Now can I go get that? Nice. Okay, so it was just full before, and that was why it was telling me that I couldn't. Oh, is this silica? Ooh. Oh, shite. Oh, yeah, look at that scout. Fucking them up, dude. Oh, there's so many. Oh my god, look at all those. Oh, we're dead. Oh, we're dead right here. I don't have any other combat units. This poor scout is all alone. Oh, and he's toast. Oh, no. Oh, no. Game over, man. Oh, look at them. They're killing my command center. Those little shits. Well, dookie. Absolute dookie. That makes me so sad. They just murdered everything. Why would they do that to me? Do you want to start over? Use the menu to leave the game or switch to a different player faction. Start over. Did that just totally reset, or... What faction am I? Oh, is this still primary faction? No. What faction am I? This is primary faction. Okay. But when I started it over, let's see if it started the whole thing over. Let's switch faction and see what the survival are. Oh, no. Okay. That's so cool. So we're starting over, and we've lost all of the stuff that we had in the library. Which I'm a little sad about. I wish it would have kept that stuff. But the server's still going. So this is still the same, like, server. That's super dope. The way this game is built is really, really flexible. And I really like that. And that's something I actually feel like I've been noticing in a lot of these. I don't know if this is like an indie game, but a lot of these, like, smaller studio games, these non-AAA titles are really working a lot of flexibility into their systems. Roamstead was the same way because they had that separation between your character save and your world save, and you could move that character between worlds and bring items and stuff with you and all of that stuff. Because it was so flexible in that way, it felt like there was so much more possibility for how I interacted with that game. And the same thing is true here. I'm noticing all the time there's all of this wonderful flexibility in here that's going to allow me to do lots of really cool stuff, like try and make this league and compete with other people and other things like that. So it's very exciting. What is that? Okay, so we got to get restarted here. And if we're going to get restarted, let's step everything out just a little bit. Let's make a goal. Oh, I can't see. So something I really don't like is I can't really see what the requirements and stuff are for the research until I unlock it. And I really want to do some math. This will probably be good enough right here, though, for our base. We got lots of crystal right here. We got lots of metal right here. I guess we don't really have silica. Some of these are worth silica sand. So we got all these trees around. We can go mine those. Get some silica sand that way. But yeah, let's see about deploying our base right there. And we can kind of expand out into some of these resource areas. But we'll get one engineer doing crystal. We'll get one engineer doing metal. We'll get our scout picking up this stuff out of our drop log here. And so this thing that you build, this deploy unit, is actually a blueprint. So it's not just a building. It's a building specifically for making metal. And so when I deploy this, which I'm going to do right here, it actually, once it's built, just starts making metal right there. Because it's predetermined to do that, and it actually takes that fabricator. So you'll see in my scout, there's no more fabricator. It's because that fabricator was added to that. We're going to want to go ahead and put our fabricator here. So we've got a fabricator in here, we've got a fabricator in our scout, and we've got a fabricator on our command center. So of the 5 fabricators we need, we have 3 already. So we are going to need to make 2 more, I believe. Which is going to require some metal and some crystal, which we have. So we'll get working on that. We're going to remove this from the connection. We're going to put this fabricator in that storage because we need it. We're going to make 1 more. And then, so that'll give us 3 extras. So we actually need more than that. Because we got 2 more of the... No, I guess that's all we need. So then we copy this building. And then we make 1 more. Then we make 1 more. So we need 2 metals. For every... Whoops. We need 2 metals for every metal plate. I think that's correct. So now we can make 10 metal plates a minute. And I believe we'll probably be pretty efficient with that. It might not quite work out because they try and deliver it 1 at a time. So like it's 2 metals, or it's 1 metal to make one of these metal bars. But they like don't fill it up or whatever. They do it in really weird increments. That's something we can work on. We could create behaviors specifically to fill these. And that is something we're going to want to work on. But for now, everything should kind of be working the way we want. So then the next thing we need is an assembler. Actually, probably 2 assemblers. I really like the assembler. One of the other things I really think I'm going to enjoy is, or that I'm going to do, is I'm going to make sure that this building always has one of all the medium and small production facilities. Now, the reason I want to do that is I want to be able to swap these out when I automate this. I want my command center to make the one-offs, right? I want it to make like my fabricators and stuff like that so that these other structures can just be making my resources as efficiently as possible. I think that'll be sort of the best way. So we've got ourselves a... Okay, we made an assembler. Oh, I think I stopped it before it made the second one, didn't I? Because I'm a dum-dum. But that's okay. We'll get an assembler here. Now we have a second assembler. And so then we need to make our research, our uplink. Gotta hit that uplink. If you're just tuning in and you're at all interested in either being on my team for an automation league, or if you would like to make your own team, let me know. Because we definitely... Do we not have... Aha! We didn't deliver our base materials. I was about to say, shouldn't we have everything we need to make that uplink? And then we'll go in here and we'll start our research, and we'll start our research, and we'll start our research. Do I have what I need to make? I do, okay. So now that we're getting those researches done, those basic building research will allow me to build the 2x1s, I believe. No, I can already build the 2x1s, okay. Oh, I wonder how long I've been talking to myself. Now that I'm not listening to myself again because there was something going wrong, like some sort of a weird delay, I'm going to end up doing that again. I'm going to have to start listening to myself again, aren't I? Oh, no. Okay. Well, whatever that little delay was, it seems to have gone away. So now we can talk to ourselves. I also think it changes like the cadence of the way I talk, because I can hear myself. I stop sometimes and listen to like the rest of the word, and it causes me to have like a weird talking cadence. But whatever. It'll be fine. Here's one of these. Let's put this over here. And then let's make some more computer chips. Let's take this engineer. Let's go get some more silica sand. Silica sand. I don't know how we're getting silica from a tree, but fuck yeah. Silica. Fuck yeah. All right, we'll just bring this duder back here. I wonder, am I all the way out? Oh, I am all the way out. Okay, well, let's put this silica sand back in here. So one of the things I definitely need to do pretty early is get some more gatherers, which will mean making engineers. Because we need lots of metal. We need to be pretty consistently picking up metal. Honestly, I think we probably need 2 metal farmers, 1 crystal farmer, and 1 silica farmer. Why aren't you farming? Go get me some crystals, dude. Get me some crystals. Look at all those lines telling me where everything is going. It's really cool. There aren't really a lot of sound effects in this game. Let's take a look here at the audio options. Yeah, so I've got all the effects and stuff up. The only thing I don't have turned up is the music. And that's because I don't know what the situation is with the in-game music. And I'd hate to get like a copyright strike because of whatever. So we're just not going to have the music on. The regular sounds should be fine. Just wish there was a little more going on audio-wise. But that's fine. How are we coming along? Nice, we got some of these. Let's get those put on there. And then, what was it I was going to make here? I need some more workers. So let's get 2 more workers. Let's get this dude working on reinforced plates. And then this person is going to work on the next tier of plates once we get there with our research. We still need power research. Okay, that one's done. We're researching signals now. Add those bad boys to queue. Very nice. If we keep these things mostly separated like this, though, then we won't run into a situation where we have like an inventory full. That was something I ran into last night while I was trying some of this stuff. Things kept having full inventories. And then it would be like, I can't make this thing you want me to make because I have a full inventory. You can automate this whole process too, though. So the command center is going to be a great spot to be making my units at. And so the reason for that is if it's going to be handling my broader logic, it also has the ability to like load if they're touching like this. So you make it and then immediately you load a behavior into it. And then you can equip different tools and stuff to them. It's going to end up being a really great a great way to centralize everything will be these command centers. I don't know even if you can make like more command centers. That'd actually be kind of cool if you could find a way to distinguish um, like what bots are attached to what command center, and then you could have multiple command centers. That'd be kind of crazy and a lot of fun. Then we're going to get these energized. What am I going to need? These are made at a fabricator, and they're learned here. And then we need these robotics cubes. So one of the things that we need to do is we need to create a... Why are these connected to this? I don't know. Explorable structure. So one of the things we're going to need to create early on is, oh my goodness, a bot that can do these things. These little puzzles. Which is crazy. These puzzles are psycho. What is going on, dude? We're gonna get there. Um, Goodness. How am I gonna get this done? I've dead-ended myself. So somewhere in here, I made a mistake. I guess this one needs that. And then like I guess that can go like that. That can go like that. Nice. There we go. There we go. Boom, boom. Okay. So the last thing we need to be able to figure out is how to get these two and these ones. So that can go like that. This one can also go that same way. So, can this go like this? Or what about like that? No, that definitely needs to pass that way. Yo, this is really hard. Give me a hint. Well, thanks. That was super not fucking useful. It says all of them need to be connected, which I was not expecting. I figured there were going to be some extraneous ones. So that definitely changes the way I think about it. These almost definitely have to get their stuff from there. This one, yeah, that almost gets it. This is really hard. Hmm. Okay, that worked. I mean, the only way this one gets power is from there. And then that one can get power there. This one can get power here. And then this one can get power there. We just got the one left. Oh, man. So we kind of run into a spot. Like, I can power that one, but then this one isn't powered. So what we need... Boom. Like a fucking boss, dude. Holy shiznit. That was something right there. We got ourselves a little internal storage device. That's kind of nice. So now we just want to run around and look for those. We actually need to zoom back in here so I can see what the hell's going on. Nice. Oh, got my little silica dude out here. Let's go get him back into the network. Here's another little explorable. Gotta be careful of the bugs. We don't want anything bad to happen to me. Got some cable and some crystal powder. Nice. Another explorable. More cables, some energized plates, and a small radar. That's interesting. Lots of explorable stuff to pick up out here. That's definitely going to have to be one of the most important parts of the early game. Is definitely going to be going through and snagging up these explorables. Probably with this scout is going to be the best way to do it. Then I think we come over here. Can we make energized plates? I don't think we can yet. How are we looking on our research? We still haven't even gotten this research done. So we weren't making any computer chips because this silicon wasn't like a part of the... Oh no, it needs crystal. Where's my crystal, dude? Go mine fucking crystal, dude. What are you doing in my life? Why do you hate me? This game is so cool. I honestly can't even get over it. Y'all don't even realize. I'm fucking geeking out. I also think that being able to compete with behaviors is going to be pretty huge. I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be like robotics competitions, but on the computer. Which is great because it means I don't have to go to a place where there are other people. I can just compete right here. Ooh, here's some explorables right here. Let's go ahead and take all these resources and stuff that I got from my exploration. We're going to dump it off at the command center. We may end up filling up all of this space, yeah. But the command center has quite a bit of space. So it's kind of where I want to start off keeping things. Alright, this console is going to be a lot easier, I think. Nope. Gotta go this other way. There we go. Hey, got ourselves a little turret there. That's nice. Okay, got it. So you click one, there we go. What's this? A capacitor. Let's go. Oh, actually, we got a big spot up here, don't we? Let's go to the big explorable. With a little explorable attached to it. Oh my god. It's another crazy one. Those are definitely going to have to go like that. Those are definitely going to have to go like that. Maybe it might go... No, it's definitely going like that. No, it might go like that. This one goes here. And then maybe goes here. So that might go there. And then how are we going to bring... Maybe turn this one around. Probably not going to work though. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's go here. Let's go there. That works. That works. Okay. So the only thing we're really missing here is that one. So we really need to pull from here. Which I don't really see being possible. Because we can do that, but then we lose all these. And there's nothing really that can be used to connect. I mean, I guess we can get that one. We can't break that. We can't get that one there. Guess we can get that. Hmm. It's probably super easy. Booyah. Oh, shit. Not booyah. Fuck beans. Why? Hmm. Okay, game. This isn't cute anymore. I wonder if I could flip this one. Then there's nowhere for this one to get power from. It has to get it from there. And this one either has to get its power from below or above. So I need to provide power to this string. How do I do that? Hmm. I guess that can be picked up there. And I mean, this can be grabbed here, which means this doesn't necessarily need to be a 3 there. Because there's not really anything else this can do. Unless we can move the power like out this way somehow. But I don't really think we can. Yeah, there's not really any through connections out this way. So it definitely has to come up and around to get to most of these. I mean, I feel like we've almost got it. Like it almost has to be. So close. What a weird. And this can't pull power from below it. Can't really pull power from this side either. Bart knockers. Can I like pass power this way? Nope. That would have been kind of cool. Wow. That took me way too long. Holy crap. Was right there in front of my face that whole time. Let's see. We hit this one. We hit this one. Do we hit this one? Do we hit that one? Fuck. All right, just click shit until it works. We'll accidentally get it eventually, right? Okay. I got this stuck into a bad pattern, and now I just cannot get it unstuck. Okay. Randomly click shit till it worked. I could have sworn it said that I needed to go open these to get these little robotics cubes. Do I need to like destroy the structure? And not just. I must have to dismantle the structure. I bet you that's it. Which means I probably need like a dismantler. Can I make a dismantler? Deconstructor. We're figuring it out. Okay. We got this done. So what are we waiting on here? Reinforced plates and crystals. Okay, well, I got 40 reinforced plates. Are we waiting on crystals? Did our crystal dude stop mining crystals again? Yo, this guy's pissing me off. Just mine the fucking crystals, bro. And then I guess we're all full here. Shit. Can I make a robotics arm yet? Nope. Can we put crystals somewhere or some of this other stuff somewhere? I guess we could make ourselves a little storage structure. That research is nice and done. And then we'll just put all of our extra garbage in here. That can go in there. That stuff can go in there. Alright. A lot of this other stuff will be fine. And then we're making a deconstructor. We made it. Put it on the scout. Scout gets a deconstructor. And now let's go see if we can deconstruct some things. Hey, there you go. Get it, dude. We picked up some unstable matter. Okay, that's freaking me out a little bit, but I like my matter nice and stable. I don't need anything exploding on me. Alright, game. I'm gonna need you to go ahead and give me some of those little blue whatevers. Also, what the fuck is this? Alright, let's go back down this way. We got some more stuff to deconstruct. Let's see if we can't find some of them little blue cubes. The Tesseract, baby. Okay, well, it looks like all I'm gonna get is this unstable matter. I'm doing everything I can here to figure out. This game is just fucking me, dude. We'll add this one to queue. We'll add that one to queue. Now that we have this done, I believe... Oh, no, we need to make an arm. Let's make an arm. Then we're going to want to make another one of these. And we're actually going to go ahead and use this one to make the silica tubes. Did our crystal dude stop crystal duding again? He did. I actually hate this motherfucker. Always getting crystal, you enormous twit. That crystal dude is like the bane of my existence right now. Every time I turn around, nothing is happening. Because that guy's a jackass. Yeah, there's a big ass crystal. 12K in that one chunk? Damn. I want to set up a building next to that. Just mine the shit out of it. That actually might end up being a better solution than using mining drones. Is like, find the big ones like this, or like this with the 24,000 metal, and just don't even worry about getting robots moving in. You can build a 1x1 and then put a miner on it, and it'll just mine the rocks around it. So if you just put a miner right here, it would just farm this crystal forever until it ran out, and then you could deconstruct it. Might be a better way to go about it. I don't know. We'll have to see. Obsidian chunk, high density frames. I don't have any room. Let's put that in there. Let's take that out. I really want to be getting these resources that I'm supposed to get, but I don't understand how. This doesn't actually need to make that. It needs to make tubes. And then can this scout drop off some of this stuff? Actually, let's put some of these things in here. This needs to go to this. And then this can go over here. And then this can build these. Nice. Put the obsidian here. Put that there. Oh. Okay. How do I get the blue fucking cubes? If I don't get any blue cubes soon, I'm gonna freak out. Please. A pulse laser. Yo. Hell yeah, dude. I'll pulse laser the shit out of somebody. You can't handle the pulse laser. Can I equip it? No, it's a medium. And I don't have the research. But I wonder, if I find one, can I equip things that I don't have the research for? Is the research only for making them? Okay, but seriously, can we please get a fucking blue cube? Like, what is going on? What am I missing? Because I've got, like, all the other researches going on here. And it all seems to be going just fine. All right. Put that in there. I'm pretty stoked that I've got that pulse laser, though. We'll have to get ourselves a better unit and put it on there. Ooh, what's this thing? I want to go up here. Let's see. We do that. Oh, motherfucker. There we go. There's a really simple, like, algorithm to those. And I should just learn it instead of using the old guess and check method. We have frozen bug holes up here. Yeah, all I'm getting from these things is these scattered parts. Or unstable matters or whatever. It's kind of upsetting. A small bot glitch. I think this is the virus. Pretty sure if I go over there, then I get a virus. Can I, like, kill that thing? Infected circuit board. That's exciting. Yeah, now this game's super dope. Oh, here we go. This is where it wants me to go. This whole thing looks like it's infected, though. It's all got that green shit. This structure is an unknown security system. Research and develop scanning technology. Okay, well, surely I've gotten there. Where's my scanning technology? Is it a signal reader that it wants me to make? Or was it a portable reader? I think it's a signal reader. Let's go try again and see if it tells me again. That doesn't really tell me anything. Let's make ourselves a signal reader. Because I think that, is this an internal? Where does this go? Internal component. That's exciting. There's so much cool shit. Oh my god. Oops. I think we're gonna keep these infected ones on this scout. Because I don't know what could possibly happen. With those infecteds. Something weird might happen. If they get used as like a regular circuit board or something. Can I scan that? Okay, so I need an Intel scanner. That thing that looks like that thing on that screen. But I haven't seen an Intel scanner anywhere. I don't know if I need to go find one. But I don't see anything that looks like that on any of these researches. Oh, nope, small battery. Yeah, I'm not seeing any Intel scanners. Is it? Oh, I can do virus research now. That's cool. Doesn't unlock anything, but apparently I can research it. Do I need to make... Do I need to get the ability to do, like, human research? Man, I'm so confused. This is definitely where I'm supposed to go. And this is definitely something I'm supposed to be able to do. Because it's, like, part of my quest here. So is there, like, just an item laying on the ground, or... Can I just deconstruct these without opening them? Nope. What's this signal down here? It's in the blight. Can't go in there yet. Yeah, I'm real confused right now. I definitely don't have a signal scanner, right? No. For sure I don't. I don't have the ability to make a signal scanner. We got a dude here. What does this guy have? He's got one medium slot. Okay. So this guy's probably like the first tier of like medium combat that we need. And then here's one with two smalls. So we could do like double small combat. This one has two internals, so we could put like a shield generator in here. This one's also got two internals. Oh yeah, we're gonna have so much fun making little bots and shit. God, this game is cool. The modularity of the units is really cool. I really like being able um to change things and try things and do stuff like that. Anomaly detected. Okay. Well, that anomaly is really far. Hmm. There once was a ship that put to sea. Stupid ass mining dude. Stop mining again. I'm gonna kill him. I don't need bots that don't mine. I'm just saying. Okay. How do I get this scanning technology? For real. I am losing my patience. Okay. Well, I gotta go use the restroom real quick. And then I'm gonna try and like find a wiki to see if I can figure out how to progress this here. I'll be right back. Righty. Let's see about a wiki here. Desynced. What was the thing that I needed? Yarg. Information something? Intel scanner. All right. It is a human intel. So how do I get to where I can unlock human intel? I don't understand. Human discovery is the required. Surely this constitutes a human discovery. Can I, give it that? No. Did I not click enough of the buildings? Pretty sure I clicked all the buildings. Oh, game. As a discovery tech, human discovery does not appear on the research menu. Instead, its completion is triggered by using a small intel scanner to gain full access to a human structure. Okay, so I need a small intel scanner. Which I assume is different than an intel scanner. I don't think. Nope. Okay. So how do I get a small intel scanner? Okay. It's produced by an assembler and it requires scanner tech. I don't have scanner tech. Where's scanner tech? You need drone technology. How am I supposed to get to advanced technology without these blue orbs? I don't fucking understand. I need the blue cubes. Apparently, I need the blue cubes before I go to the human thing. But so far, I've opened up a bunch of these blue cubes, and not a single one of them has given me any of the shit that I need. Or not opened up, you know what I mean. Opened up a bunch of things that are supposed to have blue cubes. And they don't. Because they're trying to ruin my life. Oh, there's a big one. Oh, it's got... This is a human thing. Hmm. Booyah. Okay, but that's again not what I want. I'm getting much better at those, though. That at least feels good. Portable power field. None of this is stuff that I need. I mean, lots of resources. And this is actually making it pretty clear that probably one of the fastest routes to getting all the resources I need for those first bits of like research and stuff like that is probably to have um, some people come out here and explore some stuff and pick up a bunch of these explorables. So I need to definitely get in that. Yo, that's dope. See, this is what I'm talking about though, is you can really customize what goes into these things. They're so cool. What if I just go all the way around this, clicking every single one over and over again? If it'll just repeat the same wrong pattern, or will it eventually get the right pattern? I think it's just repeating a wrong pattern. Because I'm like chasing that red one. Well, that went correctly. Oh my gosh, look at all those bugs. Ooh, some blight crystals. I mean, I'm getting tons of cool structures, and that's sort of nice. But I need the little blue deals. I feel like I'm supposed to have them already, and I don't understand. But I am upset. Look at this. Everything's at a standstill. Because I've, like, made everything. Except that I need more crystals, apparently. Because this asshole doesn't want to farm his crystals. What an asshole. Alright, Scout. Let's put some stuff away. Alright, there's not really anywhere to put stuff away. Well, let's click these. Robotics data cube. That's what I need, right? Robotics data cube. Robotics data cubes are the first accessible data cube type, used by the Resimulator to upgrade units and items. Because the research that allows production of robotics data cubes itself requires those cubes, players must first obtain them from exploration or explorables. Once the research is complete, new robotics data cubes can be manufactured. Okay. So it's saying that I have to get them from explorables. And I've been going to the explorables and trying to find these fucking things. And they keep not being there. So I don't know what the fucking deal is. But I'm about to rage. I don't know if it's like supposed to be hard and it's not supposed to be something that you progress through quickly, so you have to explore a lot. If that's the case, then that's definitely one of the most important things that we can write a behavior for is exploration and opening explorables. Because we definitely want to be able to. It feels like this is a progression that's super important to get a hold of. Oh, I think I just dropped a bunch of shit on the ground. But I want to kill this dude. Oh, whoops. Let's go pick up some more of these infected circuit boards. Why not? What do we got? We got a bunch of bugs over there. Let's not go there. We got another glitch bot here. So this is one of those things that we're also gonna want whoever the scout is to do is to pick up these infected circuit boards. Let's see. Can we go down this way without pissing off all the bugs? It seems like when they're in snow like that, they don't come out, which is a little weird. We found some more of those greens, some more of these system scan things. I'm so confused. Why is this happening to me? Alien explorable. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. I saw a bug hole over here. Let's kill it. Nuked. Who do you bugs think you are? Oh, need a system scanner for this one too. Alrighty then. I will just go fuck myself. This is becoming more annoying and less interesting the longer we're out here. Actually, you know what I want to do? I want to put that behavior controller in there. And then see, can I load two different behaviors? Okay, it looks like I can. I wonder. That's interesting. It makes me wonder what the possibility of multiple behaviors might be. Right? Do they run concurrently? Do they run one at a time? I don't know. Do they maybe not even work that way? And I'm just wishful thinking here. I'm getting basically everything in the whole game, though. I just keep running around, keep getting new stuff. It's honestly kind of crazy how many components you can get just from running around and exploring. So there is a type of gameplay in this game called Nomad. Because you can put all of the construction structures on your other structures, there we go. Because you can put, oh, nope, that's just a battery. Anyway, so because you can put construction structures on your vehicles, as long as they have the right structure or the right slot, there's quite a bit of interesting stuff I think you can do in a Nomad playthrough. I also see potentially some value in making that playthrough style or doing that playthrough style. Oh, hey, I found the red team. But there's potentially some value in doing that playthrough style. as part of this competition thing. One of these days, I'm gonna learn how to do this. Man, this is fucking frustrating. I understand wanting to get me out there to explore the map a little bit, but I've already found a lot of explorables, and I have yet to find a single. Oh, this is the destroyed. That's funny. I found both of the other bases now, and have still yet to find my data cubes. Still no fudging data cubes. Like, this is dumb. I am fairly unhappy. I also am a little concerned at how close it seems to put people. Like, all three of the groups were in this tiny little area that I've explored so far. And I would like it more if it moved people around a little more. Because the map seems like it's pretty huge. And I feel like we're getting placed too closely together. Oh no. Where did my scout go? There he is. Also, we've got all these cool bodies of water. I wonder if you'll be able to, like, make water units. Or units that can go over the water. I mean, I guess flying units, yeah. Hey, you reached a milestone. We've unlocked a certain number of tiles. Good for us. We're fucking exploring, dude. Oh my god. I just want my data cubes. Please give me my data cubes. There's no reason to be keeping the data cubes away from me. Doesn't even make any fucking sense. Just give me the data cubes. I don't understand why this game insists on ruining my life. There we go. Hey, I've solved 9 of those puzzles. I'm so fucking good at this game. Run around with my one little duder. Just killing the game. Ah! I definitely don't want to mess with a bug hive. Do you want to die? That's how you die. Please let me find some data cubes. All I want is data cubes. They're so cubey and they're full of data. Please give me data cubes. Oh no. I forgot. I forgot that power is a thing. So we're just going to tell our scout to come back. And he's going to do it really slowly. And he's probably going to die. If I'm being honest. All right, little engineer. Go back over there. Get you some more resources. Okay. Well, I'm like completely stuck right now. Like I can get the rest of this stuff done, no problem. I don't know what a blight storm is. But until I can get some freaking data cubes, I'm just screwed. And I don't even know what to do about it. You've contracted what seems to be proximity-based self-replicating virus. But I have manufactured a component that gives you temporary protection. You can produce the component in the assembler. Oh no. Which of my... Okay. So it's the scout that got the virus. That's fine. He was kind of the sacrificial lamb. So we're going to send him back towards the base, but we're not going to put him on our network grid. I saw somebody in the Discord complain, or on Reddit actually, complaining about the virus propagating. I assume it does that through your network grid. So we're going to keep our little scout buddy off the network. And then we're going to see... I can make infected circuit boards. Where's this thing that he told me would cure it? Or give me temporary immunity or whatever. There we go, virus protection. I have a couple of circuit boards. So what I'll need to do is like drop a couple of circuit boards on the ground and then let something else come pick them up. So let's see about that. Let's drop these infected circuit boards. And then we'll move our little duder away. And then we'll come pick them up. It's kind of a cool mechanic, and finding a way to programmatically overcome that potential issue is actually, I think, super important. Oh, these guys don't hang on to any power. That's cool. So your runners always have to stay on your grid. But then let's see about making one of these. Okay, so we've gotten every research done here except for the gateway technology. All we need is some father-mucking data cubes. All right, let's go put that down. And then run away. And then we'll go pick that up. And then we'll put it on our little jobber there. All right. I think I'm cured. No more virus. Got to get back on grid here so I can charge up my power. But I'm at a loss here. I mean, I've been going everywhere searching. I've got to be missing something. Because I've been searching for these data cubes for like an hour. And I'm kind of annoyed. And I don't know what to do about it. Why doesn't this want to work? Frustrating. Let's actually get off the grid here. And then let's go ahead and change this out. Oh, I think I probably dropped something. I did. Yeah, but as soon as I took that off, we were good to go. So it looks like I can protect myself as well as eliminate the virus, which is cool. This whole thing is cool. I'm just giddy about how cool this game is, if I'm being honest. I think people be sleeping on this shit. please give me some freaking data cubes, dude. For real? That one's solved. Lots of bugs in these big bad areas. The frozen areas. Okay. But seriously, what's going on? Oh, look at all that metal. Oh my gosh. And then some more. Jeez. One of the things that I'm really going to need to be able to do programmatically is identify places like that where there's a ton of a resource. Like there's so much metal, there's so much of this laterite and stuff right here that this definitely needs to be built and mined. And so one of the hardest things to do is going to be to get it set up where my scout can go explore those places and recognize how many resources there are there. And then, relay that information back to the command center so that we can then send that information back to the command center. So that we could send out, builders and stuff to go do the thing. And set up another base and stuff. And that'll be really fun. The expansion part of this is going to be really cool because coming up with some logic as to why you might expand and where you might expand, because you don't necessarily want to just keep making network, right? Because if you just kept making network and you just kept expanding that way, then really bad things could happen. Like somebody could virus bomb you and bring the virus into your base. And then you pick up the virus, and if everything is networked, then you could end up in a situation where all of your structures, all of your units get virused. And I don't know exactly what the virus does, but I imagine that would be bad. So you need to not allow that to happen sort of up front. There's a bunch more metal here. Yeah, I mean, being able to find spots like this and be like, hey, there's a shit ton of metal here. Make a base. Creating that logic is going to be super fun. I still haven't found a single fucking data cube. I mean, it's got to be closer to the base, right? There's no way they want you to explore this far right at the beginning of the game. That doesn't even make sense. This is crazy. So somebody else was having the same problem the other day, or yesterday when I was on Reddit. I saw somebody saying, "Why can't I get any data cubes?" Um, so surely maybe it's like a bug that was introduced with a recent update. Um, disturbance detected. Large amount of silica in this area seems to have attracted strong bugs. I'd suggest we check it out, but not until we have strong enough force to deal with the hostiles. Oh, that's pretty close. I don't think I like that. Oh, that's a lot of silica. I just cannot find any of these data cubes. I am bewildered. Oh, God, that one sucks. Okay. Yeah, see, here we go. A nice little one for a nice small intellect. I'm not wicked smart. Give me the easy one. Okay. I am gonna scream. Give me the fudging data cubes. I hate you, game. I hate you, game. Why do you do this to me? There we go. Okay. I am doing something wrong. So we're going to bring our scout back. And we're going to go dig into the wiki a little. Because this is ridiculous. Okay. Somebody on the Discord helped me out. Apparently, you don't just have to solve whatever that little puzzle is. They also want items to be repaired. Um, so you have to like give it its repair item, and then it'll open or give you whatever. And I haven't been doing that because I didn't know that was a fucking thing. So put that away. Put that away. Let's get some of this. And then let's go repair some of these fucking things. Because I am about as frustrated as you can get with this. So we're going to go right back up here where we have some repairables. Oh, that one wants the plates. Okay. So they might want different stuff. Got it. Got it. Got it. Let's go give this thing this. Let's unlock it. Let's see what's in there. Holy shit balls. That was rough. That was real rough. I mean, I know it says it when you right click it or whatever, and it's kind of right there in the middle of the screen. But I don't know. There's something about that screen that made me not want to look at it. And so I never figured out what was going on. So maybe a little more clarity is in order. All right, we repaired it all the way. We got an advanced assembler. We got circuit boards. We got all kinds of shit. Well, I guess I could have just put this in there. Whatever. It can stay on the ground. I don't give a shit. Let's go check this one out. Give that to that. Okay. This still does not appear to want to give me anything. But sure, let's get a photon cannon. Why not? Then we can give this one circuit boards. Oh, I didn't do this puzzle. Right. Let's freaking see here. Doobie doobie. Um. Booyah. Well, that has to go that way for sure. Um. All right. Holy crap. Got another advanced assembler here. Transfer that out. Holy shnikes. Oh, nice. Got another scout too. We can go ahead and put that in there for those. And then, honestly, I'm liking scouts. Let's get that out of there. Give me that scout. My goodness. That was about 10 seconds. from having to break my spare keyboard even more. Blight research complete. Did I start blight research? I don't remember starting blight research. But apparently I did. All right. So we can now make blight gas, and crystals, and bars, and extractors. I don't even know how any of that stuff happened. But okay. Hey, what's up, Damien? You know, just building this automated factory. This game is actually super cool. Okay, let's put all these cubes in here so that we can get the research done. Are you researching? We're researching, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Oh, yeah, so this is like a play-by programming RTS Factorio kind of a game. So what we're doing is we're trying to get a little ways into the game manually, and then we've got these behaviors that we can use this visual scripting language to write. And I'm going to automate the entire game from start to finish. And then I'm going to try and fight other people who have also automated the game. And we're going to put our bots up against each other. It's going to be fun. Very excited about it. But I'm also trying to find some other people to help out. I'm actually hosting this as a dedicated session right now. And you can have up to 16 people in the server at a time. And so my plan is to find 15 other people who want to help me write all the scripts and stuff and automate the whole thing. And then try and compete against other teams. Because it'll be fun. Okay, well, we're just kind of waiting on this research right now. Because I need to know, what comes next. So, yeah, while I'm waiting for this research to happen, I'm going to grab a little something to eat. I'll be right back. All right, we back. What's up, Knight? How are you? Tonight we are working on something kind of unique for me. We're playing a play by programming, like RTS game. It's called Desynced, and it just had its 1.0 launch at the beginning of 2026. And so what I'm trying to do is you can play the game manually, like hacking the Pentagon. Absolutely. No, so what you do is you use this visual scripting language that's a lot like the Unreal Engine visual scripting language. And you build out these behavior trees and you apply them to your different units and buildings and get them to do certain things. Or you can do it all manual, right? It's got the regular RTS setup where you can like drag things and do all this other stuff. But every process that you can do manually, you can also set up to be done automatically. And so the way that it was kind of designed, I think, is you're supposed to sort of supplement your manual gameplay with automated gameplay. And I think that's cool. But what I want to do is I want to completely automate it. And then I want to compete against other people who have also completely automated the system. So I need it to, naturally explore, expand, attack enemy bases, and do all of that stuff through its behavior tree, which is a lot, and might be pretty difficult to get done. And we're going to start with some smaller stuff first, like competing to see whose script will the most quickly find a good starter location. It is a very complicated version of Clash of Clans. You're exactly right. Um, well, so far, I don't have very much. The only thing I've managed to get programmed so far is I can get it to go find a place to set up the base. So it's a lot like Command and Conquer and stuff like that, where you start with a unit that turns into your base and you like kind of drive around and find your location. And so I set up a script that finds a location that has a lot of metal and a lot of crystal within a certain range. And then it sets up the base there. And if it can't find that, then it just keeps kind of randomly moving until it finds the spot. But that's all I've got set up so far. I've been manually progressing the game because I'm trying to figure out, what some of the steps are to progress because it's pretty hard to automate something that you don't understand. So I'm trying to find like some good breakpoints and then try and automate everything up to that point. And then, do manual again to try and get further. But you can have up to 15 people in a server at a time. And I'm actually this is running on a dedicated server right now that I'm hosting locally. And so I am also looking for teammates. So if you have any interest in writing scripts for a play by programming game, then you're welcome to come and join. That's actually pretty funny. because I actually got stoned out of my brain last night. First time I've been stoned in, God, years. So I had myself a little 5 milligram gummy last night. And an hour and a half after I took it, I was asleep. Um, I mean, I also don't know anything about programming, Night. So it's been interesting. It's been real interesting. But I'm just kind of getting after it, you know? I mean, visual scripting languages are really nice because they help you visualize the flow and stuff a lot better. So for those of us who are pretty novice, we'll switch faction here real quick. So this is the faction that I put my scripts on and run them to see if they work. But like this is the base build script here. So it's not terribly long. And what it does is first it checks to see if it's moving. If it is currently moving, then it pauses right here. And then it checks the nearby resources. So it'll loop through every nearby resource and figure out how much it has. And then if it has at least 20,000 metal and at least 20,000 crystal within its little visual range, then it sets up shop. If it doesn't have that, um, then, oh, sorry. So it checks to see how much of the thing it is. And then when it's done looping through all the resources and it knows all of the values, then it goes ahead and jumps down to this label right here, which is where if it has enough of it, then it sets itself up. But if it doesn't find enough of that resource, then instead it jumps to, oh, sorry, no, this is all part of that same thing. So if it does find, I built this, I still don't know what's going on. So it compares those values to a number that I've already set up. And if that value is equal or larger, then it sets up. If that value is smaller, then it moves. And then if it gets stuck, right, this is moving thing also checks to see if it's stuck. So if its path is blocked and it can't go where it's saying, then it just breaks off of its move and jumps back down here to reselect another location to move to. So, I mean, it's not a huge script and it does a lot of things, right? It checks all the resources in the area. It compares those to a number I've given it. It finds out if it has a good enough spot. It compares those resource numbers. If it doesn't, then it moves. And if it gets stuck, then it just picks a new spot to move to. And so it runs really well. And then I've got scripts that make all of the other little bots. I've got this little start follow script. And so when I put this on the other bots, they just automatically follow the command center. So wherever he goes, all of my little starter bots are with him. And that's pretty much as far as I've gotten at this point. At least with the automation. But fairly soon, we will be... So I think I'm actually at a pretty good spot. Let's go change back into my other faction here. But I think I've actually gotten to a pretty good spot. Because I am doing this last this is the last technology to research for this basic set. So I think this is going to be what I go to next, is trying to automate everything up to getting all of these researches done, which is just building some buildings to craft some certain resources and exploring. We'll have to get like the scout to wander around and look for these little explorable locations, if I can find one, like these, and open these to try and get a specific resource. So it'll have to like really travel potentially to go find them and bring them back. And so as long as we can get that exploration script done, and as long as we can get it to where it'll set up these buildings right here and keep mining metal and crystal and stuff, and silicon. We do need to mine silicon. But if we can do all those things, I think we're pretty good. And then from there, it's just kind of scaling up, you know? There are definitely some really cool implications. So this is honestly something that's a lot like what I've talked about. A lot what I've talked about in the past. And so I talked about Star Trek and stuff when I talked about automation, where, you know, you have things like attack patterns and defense patterns and different stuff like that. I just found out today that you can actually put a secondary behavior controller. And actually, I need to see if these can even be run simultaneously. But I can have two behaviors loaded into this character. And if I can do that with every internal, then I might be able to make some really, really dynamic, like decision making protocols in here, which would be crazy cool. Even if I can't do that, if you were manually playing, then you could turn these on and off based on certain situations and stuff. And so instead of micromanaging in combat, where you're like moving around and then selecting targets, you could just be micromanaging these behaviors and letting it like automate that stuff. So there's a really cool hybrid system in here too somewhere, where you don't necessarily just let the whole thing run itself, but you sort of are the god figure, right? Just kind of making little tweaks here and there. But I don't think that this game is getting nearly as much attention as it should be. This game is fucking cool. It is pretty daunting, to consider trying to automate everything. But if you take it one small piece at a time, I don't think it's going to be that bad. Eventually, you're going to have a hard time maybe uh, trying to like fit things together and move from one objective to another. And you're going to have to find a way to string those objectives together or create a decision tree or something like that that will help your AI figure out how to run or what to run at a given time. but I like it. It's pretty cool. But the next thing I want to look at is I do actually want to load two decision trees into here and see what the reaction is going to be if I try and activate two behaviors at the same time. And I don't really know what behaviors to trigger. Now, there is a Discord, and on the Discord, they do have, people have made a lot of behaviors. So I'm kind of making my own right now. But I might go steal some from these other folks, because that's pretty cool. Instability warning. Dense anomaly clusters detected. Uh-oh. Rudro Raggy. I should probably have the game paused. Oh, I can't pause it because I'm not the server owner. Oh no. We're dead. We're all dead. Yeah, but I think I'm gonna maybe look through here real quick and see if maybe I can find a really basic. Here we go. There's an early game explorer in here. Let's see. So we can just copy other people's routines, and then we can come over here. We can just paste them in there. And so his routine calls two other possible routines. And so it's going to load all three of them. So now I can come over to my scout. And I can go in here and I can say, okay, Explorer Scout with drop off. And so that's going to be, this is what they've created. Holy shnikes. Look at that. That's cool. So I imagine this is just some movement stuff. It's going to pick different locations and kind of explore and scout around. And then if it sees an exploration zone, it's going to go click it and do some other things. So we want to put that on there. And then let's see if we can maybe find another basic something that's different. There's lots of people who are doing, ooh, here we go, mining squadron. That's a whole squadron. I don't want to deal with that. Everybody's doing mining squadrons. Well, let's get a little radar script going on this one. So let's modify this behavior. And let's make it like a little radar thing. So this is actually, I think, going to be super interesting. Wow. So if I can run two scripts side by side like this, which I'm not entirely sure I can, but I'm going to try it right now. But if I can run two scripts side by side, then I could run one that's taking in data, and I can run another one that's handling other stuff. And if you can do it with as many, we're going to save that. But if I have lots of integrated or internal component slots here. So if I could make like 3 of them, and I was pulling in lots and lots of different data, and dispersing that data in different ways, your scout could be really valuable. So we're going to look at that. So let's get some radar stuff. Radar. And we're going to filter for metal. And okay. So if we filter for metal, we get our result out right here as a variable. And what can I do? Actually, let's not filter for metal. Let's filter for nothing. Let's find everything. And then we'll just put it on the visual. So it's just going to radar, and it's going to find stuff. And whatever it finds, it'll put on the register. And then at the same time, we'll try and run this other. Okay. Yeah, see, so it is working. So it's moving. It's doing its scout behavior from this original one. But then it's figuring out what all the resources around it are. And it's posting those up right here. This is fucking crazy. Because now you can break up what your character is trying to do, right? So instead of trying to figure out, he's not moving very far as he does these. This is interesting. He was moving a lot farther a minute ago. And now he's like being weird. But you can see it's still actively doing that one. And it's also still actively doing this one. And it's just constantly finding stuff and putting it up there. And it's just running whatever its scout script is to go and find this stuff. But there's all kinds of things that we could do concurrently now that's really important, because when you're trying to get it to make decisions, you want that decision making to be based on data. So what it's actively doing here is good, right? It's in a state of going around looking for these things. But you don't want your script that you're using that is deciding what to do. You don't want the script that's running around like doing the exploring and, trying to go through and like figure out these different locations and stuff. You don't want that to also be trying to identify like hostiles and stuff like that. Because if it's also doing that, then you're slowing down its exploration, but you're also slowing down its data gathering. So it's not as observant to the world around it. And so if you have something like this other behavior controller that is simultaneously identifying different things going on in the world around it, right? Is there a hostile nearby? Is there a resource that maybe I need to mark so that somebody will come and build on top of it? Is there, there's all this stuff. We need to see the world around us, and we need to be figuring out what to do about it. And then inside of this data controller that's doing all that data collection, you can also make your decisions. So in here, if it's pulling in data and it sees, oh, that's an enemy, then you can swap this behavior out and then switch it to like a fight behavior. And then if you see that there's no enemies around, then you switch back to default behavior from the fight behavior. And you could create a really, really smart AI that way, I think. I'm actually really interested by that. Really, really interested by that. Especially for like my command center. So the command center has these 3 integrated sockets here. So you've got, I didn't even realize that it has an integrated behavioral controller. You just boop that on. Ooh, yeah. Everything just exploded. My whole world is on fire right now. I don't even know how I'm going to figure out what to do. We are in the fucking deep end, though. Holy shit. Has this stopped working? Does it need something? Can I make the thing that it needs? Let's turn that off. And then let's move this right here. Oh, okay. So turn this off. And then move this right here. And then make wire. And in order to do that, I think we need some silica. So let's take this guy and go get some silica. Okay, dope. Yeah, so there's these things called faction variables, faction registers. And these are variables that the entire faction keeps track of. So I think this is a great place to put for our secondary internal behavior tree, is to go ahead and throw on another behavior controller that's going to be looking at those faction variables as well as the world around it and using that data to make decisions. And I think as soon as we get that nailed down, and as soon as we identify, what miners are going to need to be looking at, and what fighters are going to need to be looking at, and what, different things are going to need to be looking at, we're going to be able to have a really, really robust swarm. Because originally what I was going to be doing was I was going to be getting some fighters to lead and some miners to lead. And then I was going to get everybody else just to follow that miner. And I was going to make them in like little units. But I don't have to do that if I can access multiple behavior trees, because I can now pull in lots of information from the faction. And then I could do things like, if an enemy attacks my base, then all of my fighters can get notified. Like, hey, there's an enemy in the base. And then, so they can all be patrolling, right? And moving around, and doing different stuff. And then if they see a fighter, then they ping it out. And then all the other fighters can get notified that there's an enemy. And then you do a little math on that where you compare how far away you are. And so then if there's an enemy and you're X distance away, then you move to that enemy, set that enemy as the target of your weapon, and then and then you switch your primary behavior tree to a combat tree instead of a patrol tree, which I think will be huge. And if I can nail that down, I think we could get real fucking crazy. Gonna get fucking crazy. I can't even believe that this is possible. It's so cool. So now we should be doing our technology. We've got, I don't know, a little while left, 240 seconds left. If we get enough little bits of wire here. But it'll take a while. But we don't have enough of something. What do we need? Oh, we don't have any space. So get rid of that. Give it to him. Cool. The next thing that I need to find out is if I can run 3 different things concurrently. Which will be, if we can run 3, I'm gonna have a heart attack. Dude, this engineer is always slacking off. They never go farm crystal. What a slacker. Okay. So there's my storage. Let's put away some of this stuff. Because it's in my fudging way. We'll keep the internal storage. And then we're going to steal this other internal controller. Did I accidentally put that on a runner? Okay, so now we have another behavior controller. So we can turn these two on. And that works. And so then let's go in and do this one. Oh, okay, so it's the same. It automatically set to that one. So if we put it on none. Oh, it automatically set to that one, but I was able to turn it off. That's interesting. Okay. Is it still radaring? Yeah, it's still radaring. And it's still exploring. So that's crazy. So then we want to create a new one here. And then we go peek the radar again. And we're not going to get a filter. And we're going to put this result as the signal. And then we're going to put that there. And then we should, hopefully, we're seeing the visual. I can't see the signal result though. Can I maybe make another parameter? Yeah, let's do that. Let's go in here. We make another parameter and then we set that to that parameter. And then we say, oh, I had never turned it on. That's why we hadn't seen it. Okay, I'm not seeing... I'm not even seeing the parameter here. Okay, so we are running 3 now. So each of these are sending the radar data to different nodes here, while the third one controls us moving around. Which tells me that I can have an infinite number, well, up to our number of internal slots. Which is fucking crazy. Yo, what's up, Drippy Bun? Sorry, I missed you there for a minute. I was using web pages and stuff. Do you do any programming, Drippy Bun? Are you interested in teaming up on a play-by-program game? Not necessarily like streaming together, but building the programs and stuff together to automate this Factorio type game that has a PvP mode. And I am looking to build a little team of up to like 16 people who will work asynchronously or synchronously when they can to build the behaviors required to basically play an RTS autonomously. And then we're going to challenge other teams to combat. Mortal Kombat. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. I'll show you what I've managed to do so far. I just found this game a little less than 48 hours ago, and I've been exploring things. But so far, this game is a lot like StarCraft. When you first start, you get a unit that can move around, and then that unit it turns into your command base. And so I set up a script that I gave to my little command unit, and here it is. But I feed this script to my command unit, and it moves around and finds a place that has lots of metal and lots of crystal, and then like plunks down the base. That's all I've got so far, though. But that's because I've been sort of manual playing, trying to understand how the game works. And yeah, it's got a whole node based, and you can save these and share them. So like I can go over here and I can copy this to my clipboard. And then if I wanted to, I could like go back over to that other faction and have to only have one behavior tree. So there's an integrated behavior tree right here. And when you look at that, that's the behavior tree that I'm using right now that I just stole from somebody else. And this behavior tree is like making it go scout around. But then I added 2 additional behavior controllers to it and gave it some really, really basic radar nodes, and then just had it put it in the register. So you can actually have 3 behavior trees. And honestly, you'd be able to have more than that. So we had a bunch of behavior trees. Oh, bummer. I'll have to look. Yeah, no, I definitely crashed. You're right. I wonder what happened. What's crazy is, well, I mean, it had to be my internet, I guess. Because my LAN didn't crash because I'm still playing. And I'm sitting on a hosted server right now. So I don't know exactly what happened. Womp womp. And we're back. But yeah, so you can have multiple behavior trees all operating at the same time, which I think is really, really cool. And so, especially like your command unit can have up to 4 behavior trees, it looks like. And then, your engineers have 4 additional slots in here. So they could have up to 5 behavior trees. Our scout can have up to 4. And so you're going to be able to pull in all this different data from all these different behavior trees and then act differently based on what's going on, which is really cool. It's going to make for a super dynamic game. Honestly, I think it would be a great esport. Yeah, seriously, I can't believe that this game isn't getting more hype. It's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. So it's been in early access since 2023. It just came out in its 1.0 at the beginning of this year. And it's actually getting worse reviews now than it was in early access. And I don't understand. I think people don't get it, is the problem. I think it was marketed to Factorio players, and I don't think it's as good of a factory game as Factorio is. But as a like robotics programming RTS game, it's actually really fucking good. And so because you can automate so much stuff, you could have like multiple days long competitions where you're just trying to take over the map from the other team with these automated behaviors. And then you could just go to sleep and the fight could just keep happening. And then you wake up and you like see where you at. And maybe you tweak a couple of behaviors or something, change a little bit of code and see if, you can kind of push through. But it's wild good. Like I don't understand why. I think I might be the only person streaming this game right now. Let's actually go see. Let's go see if anybody else is streaming this on Twitch. I'm fairly certain that they're not. When I looked the other day, I didn't see anybody. Oh, holy crap. There's 3 of us. Somebody from Australia and me and German, maybe? Yeah, Deutsch. Holy crap. Look at that. What would be the end goal that I'm trying to reach? I want to create a league. I want to get a bunch of teams of people and I just want to fight them and I want to make content about it. And no, those people aren't playing because of me. I'm sure. But yeah, I think it'd be really fun because you could do it in stages, right? You don't necessarily have to go the world domination route. The game is also moddable and has a mod API. So you could set it up to track all kinds of different things, right? You could track how many resources are gathered. You could track how many units are killed. You could track how much of the map is explored. You could track all of these different metrics for each of the different factions, for each of the different players. And then if you reach a threshold of one of those metrics, you get a point, right? So if you mine X amount of resources, you get a point. If you kill X amount of bots, you get a point. If you explore X amount of the world, you get a point. If you open X amount of the explorable boxes, you get a point. And so then you have to be like the first person to get to 4 points or something like that. And so you set up to go after different objectives. And because of that, you might have somebody who's primarily going after an economic victory by mining a bunch of resources and stuff, run into somebody who's trying to do like a PvP victory, who gets a Zerg rush thing going and just like starts coming and killing all your dudes. And so how would those two things match up against each other? There's all kinds of different ways that you could decide who the winner was. It doesn't just have to be global domination. You could even do really simple stuff. Like I think the first thing we should do is have a competition to see who can build a base in the best location, like as far as resources, the fastest. And so you write a script that makes your command center move, but then you also write scripts that make the rest of your characters move. And they all go out exploring in different directions, and they find these resource locations. And then you find the best resource location, and then you send back to your command center like, hey, this is the place to build, come over here. And then it goes over and it builds. So you who can find the best spot in 5 minutes, or who can find a spot that meets whatever criteria in the fastest, right? So maybe it has to have, 40,000 crystals and 40,000 metal or something like that within a certain area. And if you can find that spot and build your base, then you win. And whoever gets there the fastest is the winner. And then you have different objectives in this game. There's all kinds of different tiers of gameplay. So who can get all of these researches learned first would be a cool one. And that one, I mean, honestly, you could do this whole research thing in, 15 or 20 minutes probably. But, when do you know how many resources is enough? How many buildings do you need? Is it better to make more buildings to make the resources you need faster? Or is it better to not waste resources on making extra buildings if you don't actually need them? And how long do you want to spend finding your spot to build your base, right? Because you need crystal and you need metal, but you also need silica to make the chips. And so if you don't have silica, then you might not be able to you might have to go really far to get your silica. So do you want to wait to find a place that also has, a good amount of silica? Or do you just want to plunk down and then search for the silica? There's all kinds of different things to question there, little optimizations, which I think would be super cool. We have a challenge mode where you can't give direct orders to units. You can only set their registers and stuff. Maybe a server option like that to kind of force people to use behaviors rather than just manually controlling units. That's cool. I'm having a conversation with one of the admins in the Discord right now about the whole idea. Are the maps procedural? Yes, the maps are procedural. That is correct. They are on seeds, though, so you can just copy the seed and get the same map. So if you were doing like a race or something like that, then you could use the seed so that everybody gets the same start location, and then you just go from there. Or maybe you let luck play a little role. And if you get a super lucky seed, then that's cool. And if you don't, then that's cool too. But I'm kind of freaking out about this. I'll have to get a hold of you a little later on the Discord. So I made just a private Discord for the people who are going to be on the team, helping make the behaviors and stuff. And that's open to any of y'all, especially people who've been watching for a while. Because 16 people can be on the server at a time, we can have way more than 16 actively writing behaviors. And I've got a pretty good structure for it, I think. We'll have 2 folders. We'll have needs review, and then we'll have another folder that is production code. And so the way we'll do it is we'll always do it as a 2-person verification. So you put your, you write a behavior to solve whatever problem. And, you put information or whatever. We'll have the Discord so you can put information in there and explain kind of what you're trying to do and how you're doing it. And then when you finish the behavior, you put it in the needs review folder. And then anybody else can come and review it. And as long as that person agrees, okay, this is a good thing to be solving, this is a good solution, and they don't think that any tweaks or anything like that need to be made, then they'll go ahead and move it into the production folder. And that way we can sort of asynchronously be working on things. And then, we can have as many as 16 at a time online. But if we had, 30 people, that would space out, especially because we're a pretty diverse group geographically. So we could have lots of people all working sort of asynchronous on it. And I think, in a couple of months, we could probably get something that was kind of fully functional. But even in a week, we could get something that could get up to a certain point, I think, and compete with other people who also got to that point. I appear to be missing something. Nice. I'd be happy to check it out. Catch you later. Gotta go finish the boring job. Yeah, absolutely. I'll figure out how to get a hold of you on Discord with my new Discord. And I'll shoot you a message, invite you over to the channel, and give you the info for the dedicated server for the game. And you can check it out if you want. Thanks for coming by. I hope you have a good day. What am I missing? Missing silica. Put that away. Who is silica? Put that away. Put that away. Yeah, this is gonna be dope. This is gonna be so dope. Yo, this guy mines slow as fuck. Why? Why are you so slow? I don't actually need that much more, I don't think. Need like 6. Let's get 12, and then we'll come back. Let's get 12, and then we'll come back. I can't believe that you can have 3 or more behavior trees at one time on a unit. That is mind-boggling. That is 3 concurrent programs running every tick. I am mind-boggled. You also, so their parameters are completely unique to the behavior controller as well. So I don't know if you could pass behaviors between them or parameters between them. I assume you can. It looks like you can pass to the regular parameters. So you could definitely pass to other things. So, yeah. I mean, it's just so strong. So powerful to be able to do that. I don't know enough about programming even to know how strong that is, but it's strong. All right. In 80 seconds, we're going to be done here. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh, now that we unlocked gateway technology, we are reading life forms, energy moving inside the blight. Perhaps we can understand more by skirting the edges. There also seems to be anomalies on the planet's surface, which are potentially dangerous to our systems. I've got something in my way I can't read. Gonna move that over there. All right. Further analysis of our planetary scans have identified ruins across the planet that are quite different from our own technology. They appear damaged or inaccessible, but may still hold valuable data if we can find out how to gain access to them, investigate these ruins, and find out what may be necessary to access them. We cannot seem to gain access to these structures without advanced scanning ability. These ruins might provide invaluable insights into the origins of this new technology. In order to provide repairs and escape this planet, we may need to understand and adapt technology not of our own. Research scanner tech and conduct a full scan of the ruins to try to gain access to them. But we don't have scanner tech. Radio receiver, radio transmitter. Internal storage, small storage. Ooh, a 2x1 with 2 mediums. And a 2x1 with 2 smalls and a medium. Ooh. Oh my goodness. It's so much fun. I don't know how this game expects me to craft scanning technology, though. Like, it didn't give me any scanning technology. What are you doing to me, game? Why are you ruining my life? Why are you ruining my life? I don't understand. But now, I think it's probably time to start working on automating up to this point. So now that we know, okay, Jesus, my brain fucking hurts already. So we know that we can have multiple behaviors going on at the same time. Not every building and not every, well, actually, every building might need a secondary controller. So I wonder if you can pass. Hang on. Hang the fuck on. Wait up. Let's pass this to an engineer and see. Holy shit. When you write a program to the behavior controller, it stays on there. So let's have it turned on, and then let's pass it to this dude. Does it stay turned on? No, it's turned off. So you'd have to find a way to turn it on automatically. That's interesting. How do you do that? Is there a button? There's a restart button. Let's see. Component. Get from component, set to component. I wonder if that play is a register. That's interesting. Because normally, so when one bot loads whenever you load with the load command a new program, it automatically triggers that program. It starts it off on play. But transferring a behavior controller with a loaded program doesn't seem to do that. You also don't seem to be able to set the program, set the behavior without it being in a slot. So you have to put it in a slot, set it, and then give it to somebody else. Now, that's not necessarily true. You don't necessarily need to do that. You could give it to somebody, equip it, and then load remotely, because you can load a program on another person. So let's look at the load behavior here, and let's see what all its options are. So yeah, so you're loading a specific routine to a unit and a component index. Now that does mean that you have to know the component index. So there's a lot of behavior that has to go into this. A lot of checking, because you need to loop oh, here we go. Loops through unlocked components with a recipe. Oh, no, components. No, I want slots. So what we'll want to do is we'll want to loop through not inventory slots. What are we looping here? I guess we could loop equipped components. No, that's not really. Maybe it's not a loop. What are these slots called? Let's try just putting in the word small. That'll probably show up. Nope. Count slots, returns the number of slots in this unit type. Nope. Is it a socket, maybe? No. Fuck, what are they called? Oh my god. They're not registers. Crap. Component, flow, math. Parameter. Loop producers. Data type. I didn't realize there were switches in this game. Oh my god. Look at all these different data types this can be. Jesus. Yo, this game is hella deep. Oh my god. People be sleeping, dude. People be sleeping. This game is crazy. Get item info. Oh, this is cool. Checks if 2 units or coordinates are in the same logistics network. So this, where is networked is inside logistics network, only takes in a unit to decide. But if you can compare is same grid, I'm actually going to need that. Oh, it says it could be a unit or coordinate. So I wonder if I can just put coordinates in this one also. That's interesting. We'll have to look at that. Load behavior. Radio, request item, request wait. Set link, set logistics. Set to component remotely, turn off. I don't understand. I know I've seen a thing that allows me to like loop components. Has like component. Compare item. I'm so confused. I mean, it's got to be a unit or a component thing. It's obviously not a component thing, so it's got to be a unit thing. Check altitude. Check brightness. Check grid efficiency. Count items in your inventory. Return slots. That's not right. Equip a component. That's not right. It's the first item where the locked slot exists. No. Maybe get unit. Ah, this is it. Get unit info. Internal sockets. I wonder what this returns. Return data about a specific unit such as durability or visibility range. Return type info can be selected from the drop-down menu. Okay. I assume unit means self, unless otherwise specified. And then I don't really know what the structure of this variable output is. Because if I can get, is this going to give me a number of internal sockets? Is it going to give me a list? Could I loop through these internal sockets? There's quite a bit of info that needs to be looked at there. But the reason I was looking for that is you need to be able to identify an empty internal socket to equip the behavior tree to. But that's really interesting. So one of the first things that I want to do is I want to start thinking about faction registers, faction-wide variables. And I want to start thinking about setting up the command center as a decision-making resource. One of the things that I want it to be able to do is I want it to know how much of all of these resources we have. And I want it to know that all the time. Now, I don't think I need to make registers, faction registers for each of those. I think I can just change that behavior. So if we go in here, I think I can just look up all that information. So let's look at faction item amount. So we can choose an item and we can keep the amount and we can store that. We need to create a memory array or something. And then we need to compare all of those resources pretty much all the time. And then we need to identify deficiencies in our resource values and then focus gatherers on those resources. So we need to store resource values. We need to store known resource locations. In fact, this is interesting. You can make memory arrays, right? In this game. And I assume you can take the value, right? The value is a variable, I believe. So I can set those to faction parameters, and I can have whole arrays of information. I could have a variable that had, a bunch of different coordinates for different metal nodes. And then you just cycle through the array, and then you find the one that's closest. And then that's where you go to mine. Man. People be sleeping. This game is insane. My brain is literally fucking exploding right now. All over the wall. And I've got so many thoughts in my brain that I actually kind of have paralysis about it. I don't know what to do next. because I don't want to take the wrong step and get it going in the wrong direction and then have to go back and redo a bunch of work. But so maybe we should just get something simple worked out. Something as simple as mine resource, deposit resource in proper storage. Right? That's something that I need to be able to do. So, what are a couple of steps that we might want to do in order to decide what to do to mine? So, we need to know if there's a place to store what we're mining. So we need to check the storage buildings to see if one of them is accepting, right? So we want to set these things up where they accept a certain resource, right? Like this one could be mine stuff. And then like this one could be crystal or something like that. And so that'll get set when the storage gets made. So then we want to look for any storage that's showing the same visual as the resource we're about to go gather. Then we need to iterate through those inventories, looking for an empty inventory. And then if there's an empty inventory, we go mine. If there's not, then we don't. And we do that in a radius. So that way we can kick that data out on a faction-wide thing, but we only work on it locally. So the faction-wide transmission, the register, will go out with like, hey, we're short on crystal, mine crystal. And then every worker can check, okay, do I have any available crystal spots? No, I don't. I don't need to mine crystal because I can't turn crystal in here because I don't have any available spots. So I'm not going to follow that directive. And then it can carry on doing something else, right? I suppose it would be easier just to let every single worker explore all of the storages. And if there's one with an empty slot, it just goes and collects that resource. In order to collect that resource, so when things are close, that works well enough. But as things start to get farther and farther away from your logistics network, that actually becomes a bigger problem because you start needing to send out like lots of workers to go get resources. So that's an interesting part of the problem because we don't want to rely on this logistics network. We want to rely on our code because otherwise we would have to make this logistics network go everywhere. And like I was talking about before, I think that's a really bad idea because if you've got lots of bots running around all over the place and you've got them all on the same logistics network and you've got like a base way up here and then you've got like a base over here and you've got like a base over here and they're all connected by logistics, it's much easier for your enemy to find you But also, your enemy could infect one of your bases with the virus and it would propagate through your network because you'd have bots running back and forth and shit. And it would just propagate everywhere on your network. So you'd be really susceptible to viral attacks. So you need to be able to keep your network small as much as possible. And then send out dudes to go do things. And like a pack. And so then you need really good scouts. And honestly, I think scouting is going to be one of the most important things because that's where most of your faction register data is going to come from, because you want to be able to keep those things updated with data about locations, right? Enemy base locations, locations for resources, all kinds of stuff. Man, lots to think about. Okay. So let's go into the worker. Let's set a new integrated behavior. Let's modify that behavior. Let's close that. Let's rename this behavior. We'll rename it mining. Okay. So, we don't need parameters yet. So all we want to do here is we want to loop units in range. That range can be 10, we'll say. And we want to filter it. The only units we want to look at are the there we go, storage blockades. And then we're going to output the unit. And then once we output that unit, we want to go through its inventory. Let's actually go through its inventory total. Okay, perfect. So we go through its inventory total and we get the result. So the unit we're checking is this one. We get the result and we compare. We compare the number. So this result right here goes here, and we compare it to whatever exists. And that's going to be parameter 1. If it's equal, well, we'll say if it's larger. If it's equal or larger, that's fine. Nope. Register. Compare register, combine register. No. Compare register. Let's just get number. Is that number? Okay. If equal or greater. So we're comparing this to this. So if equal or greater, we set that there. And then we set that value to P1. And then if it's smaller, loop. So what this will do okay, so we've got the unit. We've got the unit's inventory total. No, because now we're just getting the total. We're not getting the actual unit. So we need to also get another inventory total. Every time. We could store these both, but I think it'll be simpler to do it this way. So this one, we're going to want a parameter. And then that can go away. And that value is actually value B. Nope, that value is value C. So we're always going to compare what exists in this, which is going to be a unit. Why can't I get rid of what's in that parameter? And then I don't want to set number. I want to set unit. Can this be set to component? Okay, yeah. So we can set a value to the component. So if they're equal or larger, we set the value. We're always comparing C. And that'll loop. Okay, so that makes sense. So the first thing we do is we loop all of the resource storages in range. And then we decide what we want to do. So we go through all of them. And then we decide based on which one has the least. And then when we're done, we get from component remotely, which would be this parameter. We want to get from their visual, whatever their value is. And that becomes what we're going to mine. And so once we have this value, I just want to go ahead and set it right here for now. Okay, so that makes sense to me. I wonder, oh, you know what you can do? Hold up. Wait a minute. You can set up blueprints. Oh, holy crap. Check this out. You can go in here and you can create a blueprint. And when you make a blueprint, you can fucking name it. So it's not storage block 8 anymore. It's resource storage. And just by being able to name that, I can now make it where this resource storage can be the parameter of what I'm checking. So we go over here to our engineer and we go, where's my, who was I working on just now? This dude. So we go over here. The parameter to filter for is not every. Hang on. Surely it'll be in here. Please. Please let me check blueprints. Did I fuck up and not save the blueprint? Is that what happened? Let's see if maybe I fucked up. Nope, the blueprint is here. I know this is going to be working. I know I can do this. The filter needs to be a blueprint. Please, pretty please, work. I don't think it's going to work. Damn, I really felt like that was going to be a thing. You can start these with certain requested items on specific channels. You can set it up. Oh my gosh. There's so many things you can do. Can I start? Oh, you can start it with locks? Oh, dude. So you can lock this. So like that. And I just, oh yeah, and then I can just, oh, that's so good. Somebody's a G. So I can set this up to where this is specifically crystal storage. Damn. We could put parameters on these things. We could change their types. We could, oh my gosh. We could equip them with stuff already. Like internal storages. Which we kind of want to do. We could put a signpost in there. Yo, no way. I didn't know you could put a signpost on an item. Holy crap, dude. Put some shields on there? What's up? Yeah. That's pretty crazy. All right. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I can filter that. Which is unfortunate. But maybe there's a different loop that I can do that in. Loop inventory, loop number. Nope. Close that out. Okay, it's fine. Whatever. Loop producers. Hmm. Maybe one of these additional filters will help out. Could I use a blueprint from there? Nope, doesn't look like it. Damn. That's a bummer. I really wish that I could pick a blueprint to loop through that. Still, being able to loop through every single building of that type and then identify the one. Okay, So if it's equal or bigger, it changes it. If it's smaller, it does nothing and goes back. So the first one is always going to get compared to nothing. Cool. Cool. Then we also need to reset it once we decide what it is we're going to do. So we're getting the visual from that thing. And then we also need to do this set to component again. Need to set to component. Can we just set number? Is that... So what we're going to want to do here is we're going to want to reset to null. So we'll leave this value blank because that'll reset to null. And then we want to set that to parameter 1. Right? I think if we use set component, that's better. No value to parameter 1. So that just erases the value once we decide what we're doing. And then from there, we could trigger based on some if-then logic, based on what the visual thing, because we're setting up the visual, right? To be... Why are we downloading the visual? We just want to upload. What are we pulling? We're not ever pulling a visual, so why is it trying to show it? Did I accidentally set that? No? Oh, this is self right now, because null is self. Got it. But eventually that unit will change. Okay, that makes sense. Cool. Yeah, I think that works. And then from there, we can measure this value against a list of other values and decide which resource we're going after. And then based on that, we'll be able to say, okay, we're going to, trigger our crystal farming behavior or our mining behavior or whatever. And then we can go do that. But I think that will actually work. So that's cool. We want to go into the library. This is the mining. It actually needs to be changed to a different name. It needs to be like mining decision or something like that. Mining resource picker. Okay. And so that just tells us, hey, this is the resource we need to mine. I dig it. Honestly, we don't even necessarily have to put that on a miner. Because all of our structures, all of our storage structures are going to be right here near our command center. We could put that on the command center and then transmit that out to other things here. We'll have to look into that. Have to look into that. And so the other thing we're going to want to look into, actually, is we don't necessarily want to do this all the time, right? As it stands right now, it's just looping this over and over and over again. But that's not really what we want. We only want to do all of this picker stuff if we find ourselves in a position where switching resources is actually going to be valuable. So the first part of this probably needs to be totals. Faction item count. So we'll want to compare all of the different possible items, resources that we can mine. Not the ones that we can create, just the ones we can mine. And we'll want to compare those values. And we'll probably want to do some math on those values. So not every resource is going to need the same amount, right? We might need less obsidian, less blight crystal. We'll probably need maximum metal and crystal. So we'll get all that info. And then we'll do a little math on it so that it all kind of adds up to the same thing. Like we could divide the metal by 10 because we need, 10 times as much metal as, say, obsidian. Then we'll bring it all down to the least common denominator. And then we'll compare it all. And if there's a discrepancy where one resource is way lower than the others, then we run this logic. So actually, this is the logic that would run in the miners. So this would run at the command center. It would send out to all the miners, hey, we're short on this resource. So every miner would check its own resource bin, realize it was short. So this whole comparison thing doesn't even really matter. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of two different ways to go about it, right? Either each one looks for themselves to find out, which resource in their immediate area is lacking and then goes and finds it. Or you do a massive comparison across the whole faction and then send that data out. But I don't know which of those two things would be better. Probably the more localized. I wonder if there's a way, I guess there is a way, actually, to make faction groups. Because oh shit, the aliens and the anomalies. Yeah, we got all kinds of factions running around. What's going on? These guys are neutral, at least. But yeah, so we have all these faction registers, and we can set it up where certain registers are only being utilized by all of the things made in a certain area. So, I don't know. We'd have to figure out how to make that happen. Because I think faction registers also have to be made when you load everything up. I don't know. So my head is starting to hurt a little bit here. There's a lot to think about as we've gotten a little further in the game and we understand now a little more about the game. It's really starting to become apparent how complex we're going to be able to make this game for ourselves. And we're only through the first little bit, right? The basic. We haven't done any of this other research in any of these other factions here. So things are pretty interesting. And I'm very excited to start working towards just getting further along here. But I think we're going to call it for the day because I got a lot to think about. I need to go chit chat with some more people on the Discord. I need to get a hold of Drippy Bun and send him some info. So, yeah. I hope everybody had a good day. I hope everybody has a great rest of their day. And again, if you're interested in participating here, you can hit me up on Discord. I'm in the official Desynced Discord, so you can find me there. But this is something that I'm really interested in growing. So let me know. But I hope y'all have a good rest of your day, and I will see you all on the next one tomorrow.